Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. I'm here. I am here. I am maybe just a little bit behind the times. Just a wee bit. Just a teeny wee bit. Like, I'ma be real with you. It was just a case of, hi there, Jack. Glad to see you're here. You're just giving a sneaky little emote. I'm glad that you're not throwing the cactars at me first and foremost, so then that way I can crack open this Pepsi Max and enjoy it freely and not, you know, worry about getting upskirted or any of that nonsense. Welcome, welcome. Sir Dragon, however, is the first one to get the first redeem. Congratulations. Eee! Congratulations to you. Yay, you finished dinner and you have a handsome Zeebs to watch. Hi there, Tan Mux. Welcome to the stream. Mobile Twitch is saving your life, sir. Is it now? Is it telling you that, like, oh, some things are not available? Maybe it's because of the fact that, did I have it where, like, it paused nonsense for, like, the first 5 minutes? Or you're just complaining about the overlay? You could waste money away and trying to be my biggest fan. Right now, Angle is my biggest fan at 12,000 channel points. Don't imagine he's gonna lose it at any point. Oh, and let's have a look here. No! Of course you throw the cactar at me! I thought you said the Twitch mobile was being funny with you. What do you mean? Most phones in Asia have a built-in camera shutter noise that can't be disabled because apparently it's a big problem there. Yes, I am very much aware of that little factoid. Get off my arm. I am very much aware of that little factoid because there's a whole ton of like YouTubers that went over to Japan, and they mentioned it during the one of the more popular segments is the Trash Taste podcast, which has like No! Don't bold me! Damn you! My eyes! So yeah, so it was lol, but yes, I can't afford the biggest fan. Oh my gosh, because you keep wasting it on the cactar, Jack. You need to be saving your monies up, okay? The only other way you're going to be able to make it big is if you decide to, like, you know, join in on some of the predictions we do. And that is a thing that we're doing way too often. Congratulations, Sir Dragon, on your 81%. And I've recently updated my, whatsamahoozy. With the simple press of a... Yeah. It's stuck in my hair. With the simple press of a button, I can start a prediction. And I was able to find out, like, the way in order to make the auto-resolve 1 or 2 thingy-madiggy. You can't gamble on predictions? Okay, so it doesn't even let you? Ah. Damn. You're not gonna join in. You can't join in, unfortunately. What happens if you come to Australia and then, like, will it let you while you're in Australia, or will it just deny you, like, outright because you got your country set already? 43% himbo. Good on you there, Masonic. But yeah, you can't. So yeah, sorry that you can't gamble on the predictions. It would have been great if you could. A little bit cute. Not too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, I have been able to figure out the thingy-madiggy to be able to make it so that, like, I can...
Suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I can press a button on my stream deck, so then that way I don't have to, like, alt-tab out of whatever game I'm running or anything like that, which is going to be really good. Oh, we got someone that's throwing in 300 points into Tails. They think it's going to be Tails coming up. Alrighty, let me move my screens, let me move my windows around and such, so then that way I'ma be ready. So, I gotta get Opera GX up and running, and I'm gonna need to see what the coin result is. So, ding dong, flip a coin. There we go. Alrighty then, and it is... Tails! Alright, hopefully so if I press this button, it should resolve the second one. Prediction result is Yes, it worked! It does it based off of a 0 starting array. Yes! Congratulations to Sir Dragon for predicting that it was gonna be Tails. You get yourself your 310 points back, and you get yourself another clean 300 points. Who was foolish enough to put down the blah 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 blah? Who was foolish enough to put down the blah 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 blah? It won't. Never mind. Someone will announce it in the chat and what have you. Actually, one of the other things I forgot to add into the stream deck. Oh, congratulations on getting that bike there. Also, hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. There is another prediction I was able to do. So I've set up a so because this happens on prediction hyphen start no hit. There we go. I've also done a prediction for when we have, like, if I go into a match in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is not the tail I wanted, lol. AO tail. You know, it's been a hot minute since I've played Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm gonna be real with you. I do want to get into Monster Hunter Wilds again at some point, because Lord knows that there's going to be free updates along the way as we get into it and what have you. And yeah, it would be really fun to catch up on, like, you know, making all the different gear and all the different grinding and everything like that. So yeah, one could hope. And here we are. So yeah, so we're playing. It's Wednesday night. We're gonna be playing. Oh. It's Wednesday night, so we're gonna be playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Now, blah 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 blah. So this has honestly been a fantastic. This has honestly been a very fantastic stream. I'm still in Act 1, but oh, hang on. Why is it? Hello, control. The controller is not working for whatever reason. Hang on, let me just disconnect it and reconnect it. This controller might be, like, slowly losing itself. No. Why is it? There we go. Alright, we load that game. So yeah, it's a good... I'll be real with you. I love the Xbox controller just because I'm an Xbox fanboy and what have you, but I don't really appreciate the fact that, you know, I've noticed it in this game, like, I'll hold the right trigger to sprint or something like that, or I'll be using, like, the thumbstick, and then sometimes the thumbstick will just die. I don't really appreciate that. So I've decided, so I've looked up, like, I went onto, like, YouTube and shit, because turns out Linus Tech Tips did, like, some different, videos about, like, some of the best, controllers out there, and apparently the thumbsticks, like, yes, the Xbox controller is, like, a $60 controller, but it doesn't have, like, all the cool features, like using Hall effect for the thumbsticks. It doesn't use micro switches. Like, it doesn't, like, there's some stuff that don't work perfectly well with this, and what's more is, hang on, let me just double check. Oh, there is rechargeable batteries in here, but it isn't, you know, working wirelessly for whatever reason. But I've done some research, and there's a controller company out there called Easy SMK, and they have made a controller that, like, it has micro switches for the buttons. It's using Hall effects for the thumbsticks. I just like using my old PS4 controller. I'm surprised it's still good. Honestly, props to you for using the PlayStation 4 controller. The reason why I like the Xbox controller is because if you're on a PC, it uses X input for you know, all this kind of nonsense when you're playing on PC. And yeah, I looked on Easy SMX, and I found a controller that, like, you know, rated really highly by different kinds of people. It's got really good polling. It uses, like, the Hall effect for the thumbsticks and such. So I'm a little bit strapped for cash right now because I've had so many bills come into my life. I've decided to put the thingy-majiggy I found on my throne. Check out my throne. And I would have that as, like, my replacement to this controller here, because what's more is, like, parts of the thumbstick are, like, wearing down because of my fingers. I don't know, I just have some weird, like, you know, whatsamahoozy fingers. Any whoosies. This is a perfect time for us to get back into the groove of things. Alright, let's deal with this thing here. So, there might be times that I'm not properly focusing, and frankly, the reason why is because... let's go with the big one first. Okay, well, that wasn't perfect. Let's use the Ice Lance to slow you, big boy. And then...
Here's your card.
There we go.
Today.
There we go. Oh, that was a powerful hit. That one was nearly good. Oh, wait. Oh, don't eat me. Fuck. Alright,
Here's your card.
throw whatsamahoozy things on you. Alright, so you're resistant to whatsamahoozy.
It's locked on you. Take cover.
Damn it. Alrighty, let's try the phantom thingy.
Aroma is flowing.
Actually, is there a way for me to shoot? No. Alright, Ice Lance is gonna help. Thunder. Oh, let's try the electricity.
Thunder.
Oh, it's weak to electricity. That's good. That's good.
Not today.
Damn it. I don't want to be a tasty.
Ready to evade. I'll do it.
Damn it. Alrighty, I wish he would, you know, spit out the fella. Damn it! Can you, like, please... Like, how do I force them to spit out my fella? Send in the reserve team? No. Like, because if I just throw in Marie, it's gonna be a bit of a problem. How do I get him to spit? Because, like, Gaspard has some really good, mechanics to him, and would be very helpful against that fella there. There we go. Breaking works, but once. Yeah, okay, so I need to, like, get the broken thingamadiggy up and running. There we go.
Thunder.
Get ready.
Ah, damn it. Well, it's fine if she gets eaten. She's not really doing too much. Alright, so that guy gets hit real fucking easily.
Careful now, Gustav. Try me. Careful now, Gustav.
No! Fuck! Alright, items. Let's revive him, because I need
I'll come back.
a 5-hit combo. Okay, 3, 2... Fuck! I'm an idiot. Alright, let's see if I can get the... Well, no, fuck that. Each character can equip up to 3 Pictos. Each Picto increases specific stats and unlocks 1 passive ability. Yes, I figure. I'll get this. I'll get this, chat. I will figure out the timings. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna throw it to you.
Dodge Gustav. I'm ready. Ready to evade.
Okay, I thought... Never mind. Alright, items, revive the dude.
Mission's not over. Danger!
Get ready. Lune, watch out!
God damn it! Why are you... Ugh. Alright, let's just do a couple hits to you. Alright, so a 3-hit combo. So... Ugh. I pressed B!
Let's push forward.
Alright, let me just get rid of you, because quite frankly you are... Nope, you're resistant to lightning. God damn you. Oh. No, do not send in the reserve. We only have, like, 1 person in the reserve team, so it would be a useless, like, you know, swapsies. It would be nice if we had, like, I don't know, 4 people? Is there not a way to have, like, 4 people in our party? Hang on. No, we can only apparently have 3. Are you kidding me? Alright. Do you have... Alright, so you got 3 points you can spend. For breaking a target, 50% free aim damage, 25% counter. What's powerful revive? Apply powerful for 3 turns when revived. Sure. You've got 1 point, which isn't really useful here. So I've got Dodger that allows you to get 1 AP when dodged perfectly. Increase break damage. You don't really do breaking that often, so... But that is the only other... Increase on base augment. You don't do a lot of base augments. Staggering attack. Apply shell when falling below 50% on breaking a target. I've got 9 I can apply. Increase critical chance if health is below. Increase damage on the first hit once per battle. Increase free aim damage. Increase critical attack on burning targets. 100% critical chance when fighting alone. Oh, I can totally see why What's-Mahoozy would use it. Gonna put critical burn there. And increase on burning targets. And augmented aim. And then Gaspard, you've got 5 points we can apply. Energized jump, powerful revive. On dealing damage to a marked target once per turn. +1 AP. Let's go with the rewarding mark. Now you, meanwhile, get rid of the critical burn. Go for the 100% thingamadiggy. Base attack applies thingamadiggy. Powerful revive. Marking shot wouldn't be as helpful. 1 and 3. I don't know why this costs so much more. Augmented counter plus 25% augmented aim. I'm not going to have you aiming very often. Staggering attack and dodger. Exposed attack. Honestly, let's see how that goes. That way we get our first hit.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
There we go. So he has a weakness to burn.
Take this.
There we go. Damn it. Hi there, Omega. There we go. That was a good hit. Items. Revive Gaspard.
Mission's not over. Ready to evade.
Annoying. There we go. Gets him out of the way.
You don't get to die yet.
Healing Tint. Performs a 4-hit combo, alright? Ow. Almost. Close, but no cigar. Good work on the 70%. Yeah, and I don't have thingy for that.
Let me help.
Alright, we get powerful next.
Ready to evade. Danger! Dodge, Gustav.
There we go. Alright, you got plenty of stains and plenty of What's-Mahoozy, so let's go Electrify.
Thunder. Crash!
Yeah, and you don't have the points, so you're just gonna have to do a standard attack.
I'm ready.
She almost died from that. That was kind of a nutty. Nope, so he can't do the 4-shot. That's it.
Lune, watch out! Lune, watch out!
Now's
Go.
our chance.
Alrighty. Assuming 2 thingamadiggies. Let's heal both of us, actually. Didn't heal both of us, which is a little bit annoying. Hits lightning to all targets. 1 hit can break something or other. If target is broken by the hit, fully charges. Alright, let's go with overcharge, because it costs...
Take them down.
Danger!
Alright. Damn it! And he's fucking hit. Ah!
Dance.
Small revival tint, get him back up.
I'm ready. Ready to evade. A storm is coming.
No! Wrong person! God damn it. Fuck! Can't say... Ugh. Damn it, I have no revives. Fuck's sake! Thunderfall. Doesn't do well for me.
Ready to evade. I'm ready. Ready to evade.
Uh-huh.
Thunder. I'll do it.
This guy is tough. Heal the targeted out. Nope, I can only heal myself, which isn't the same. Consuming ice.
Rise.
Nah, it doesn't do anything.
Ready to evade. Let us stain them. Feel the burn.
Alright, so that burns him at least. There we go. Hi there, Kiara, by the by. I didn't realize it was you that sent that message. Applies burn if it was what? Earth, it increases damage.
Ice. Shatter.
I don't really have any reason for the lightning,
do
do
it.
I?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
And I don't really have something that does a breaker amount of damage. So those are low, 2 to 6. That applies weakness. Alright. Performs a crushing combo. Ow! Fuck.
Lightning. Strike.
5, 6. Alright, so that does 6.
Ready to evade. Ready to evade.
How would I deal with this person if I only had like one left and they hadn't yet eaten someone? Ice Lance. Alright, now for a 5-hit combo. Send in the reserve team. Let's see how quickly I can get her going in. Okay, she enters in with a reverse bow stance. Low physical, and if they're marked, they increase damage. Oh, that does a pretty decent amount of damage. And then we apply Spark.
Flames. On me.
Swapping him to defense. Hopefully she'll survive this. And I got hit by nearly every single one of these things. Thank Christ she was in defensive mode.
Okay. Okay. I can do it.
Alright, There we go, put your Virtuos.
Blades sharpened.
Alright, stick can potentially break. Damn it. Hasn't broken them.
Ready to parry. Okay. On me.
Alright, was able to dodge all those and keep her in the whatsamahoozies. If in virtuose stance, nice.
Finesse and precision.
Still not in a broken state yet. Oh, please survive. Giving her 4. Nice.
Okay. Ready to parry.
Damn it! Haven't 100% it yet, so if you want any help, such as being lost, I can answer. Thank you, Kiaru, for the offer. I'm still in Act 1. I still have a ways to go, so hopefully I won't need too much help, because, you know, playing the questions about the game will be explained by playing the game. And after going down that side alley too much, I am going to take the lesson that I should not be going in that direction, because holy fucking shit is the whatsamahoozy guy.
Can we camp first?
Fine, let's go to camp first. Malay's Nightmare. What in the world? Another one? What the fuck is happening here? What the The manor burning. What? What do they mean? Are they prolific?
see why you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me.
But how would they? Like, we haven't met them
I
before.
don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. In Lumiere, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Opening lines of, like,
Yeah.
any autism experience.
I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And,
Aw.
you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Well, yeah, he was 16. What else are you gonna think about?
The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. You can talk to me, you know. We're family. Well, that's what the paperwork says, at least.
Well, the paperwork probably says we're dead too, so...
Yeah, probably. Ooh, nice one.
I know.
I told you, don't get cocky. It was okay.
You taught me great.
He said nice.
Nah.
Cooking dinner and feeding the dog, kind of hard work. Trying to do both at the same time and not accidentally eat the dog's food? Yeah, I can imagine. Good work. You didn't do that. Oh, hello, chef. Are you the one who was supposed to watch over the lost Jestrels? You have done a very poor job. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes. Well, not the dying part. After the ones the searchers are searching for. Watch out until someone from the village comes to pick them up. But 9 of those mischievous imps ran away from me, well, until you brought one back. Your cooking must have scared them away. They could be anywhere. Good. Hey, a new outfit! Oh my god, but it's such a terrible looking outfit for, what's-mahoozies. Alrighty. Oh, there's, what's-mahoos.
I haven't seen a human in so long.
Esquie.
You're much tinier than I remember.
When was the last time you saw a human?
Oh, my best friend when he asked for my help.
Your best friend is human? I thought Francois was your best friend.
Yes. I haven't seen...
When was the last time you...
Oh,
Your best friend is...
yes.
You finally found someone who loves rocks more than you.
Yep.
So it seems.
I think you and Esquier are soulmates.
Wow.
Esquier must have experienced so much over the centuries.
You're gonna grill Esquier, aren't...
A creature of legend.
I think you have a new best friend.
Esquier? Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, as we saw earlier, I unlocked something for, what's-mahoozy, and then Skill, I have her wearing a different hat.
I'm a terrible swimmer. When he said that, it...
Yeah, I thought after the beat...
I know.
Lune told you?
No, but... And... I'm just glad Lune found you. Just like whoever found me. I like
Aw.
having you in my life.
Same.
Good night.
Aww. Alright, oh, yeah, so one of the things I found was these. I found, like, little thingamadoogs. Is it gonna Play something? There we go. So Paintress is over there. This camp is rather large. Can't wait for when we get more companions, because they are definitely intending to have this, like, spread the fuck out. Write in the journal. He finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about Exped and how incredible it is to travel on such a legendary creature. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
We gotta cross the stone wave cliffs to find Flory, Esquire's pet rock that enables him to swim. Alright. So we need to find a rock. I wonder if it's a big... Oh, hello, it's, what's Mahoozies again? So wait, are they in her dream, or are they pausing time as they're watching her? Like... I already forgot their names is the problem.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live, blithe and free, sins forgotten, and thus absolved. A fresh dawn in their playground. While we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not that they are not.
Barely following. Patanks yield great rewards, but are very hard to catch. Alright, so we gotta go into the stone wave. Esque and Gustav. Who stops? Most likely Esque because of mechanics. Hello there! Hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. Oh, okay, so we're going into what looks to be a cutscene. Hey! Oh, it's a Ferris wheel.
Wanna go for a ride? Apparently, that was where people went on dates, you know?
On wheels.
What do you think happened in those cabins?
No, actually, my guess is this was Expedition 50. You see, they created this giant wheel, and they tried to cross the world.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor.
Mes amis, Flory's close. I can feel it.
He's flying.
You can fly. Can't you get Flora yourself?
Oh no. Too much effort.
That's a big dude. Oh.
So, wait. Esque is that powerful?
Apparently so. But also lazy.
What the shit?
Let's go.
And he has us just running errands. He just has us running errands. No! Don't de-himbo me. I need my muscles for the upcoming fights. I need muscle. I'm going into these fights and I have to parry and like dodge and all these things. Unbelievable. It's just totally unfair. Oh. Okay. Things will just... Oh, hello. That's you.
Well, that will help.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I still have all my potions, so... Alright, so there's a weird thing with crystals there. Ooh, what's up here? Oh, another journal! Which one's this one?
The 78. Maxence. Stealing the airships. But we knew we had to try, and it worked. We deserve strong leaders, not those old fools on the council hiding under the dome. Under their control, our people are condemned to a slow, inevitable extinction. Their timid half-steps achieve nothing. The answers are not in Lumiere. They are out here. Our only choice is to take matters into our own hands.
Okay.
Fortune favors the bold. We must forge ahead with conviction.
Okay. So they must have gone pretty far with the use of, They must have gotten pretty far with the use of, blah, 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 airships to get them into the continent, but they clearly would have had resistance from, like, I imagine there would be fucking birds exploding or some equivalent. Oh, hello. There we go, that's 2. Oh, there's 3. Awesome. Not perfect with the controls, but... Alright. So that's the 3 done.
We can use that.
A new weapon at level... Alright, let's have a look at... So this is a level 6. And this is a level 7. 276 to 306 using Vitality and my luck. We'll give it a try. And we can try it out on that guy down there once I pick up the thing. Question. You got the strength to wield them as you are now? What? The, my muscles? Oh, you took them from me. Alright. Focus time.
A storm is coming. Here we go. Here's your card.
Alright, so none of
I'm ready.
those. Ow.
Earth, rise.
Alright, so it's not weak to earth.
It's locked on you.
Damn it. Wasn't able to get to the others. Oh, so it's weak to ice stuff. Okay, okay. Oh, hello, Bookie! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I am currently...
Careful.
Alright, so only 2 people got... Welcome, welcome. And he got hit. Damn it. Hi there. How was... Oh, it says you were playing Repo. I thought you were playing the shotgun survivor thing.
Here's your card.
I thought you were playing that one.
Bookster with the 14-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much for the 14 months. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to worry about any advertisement that pops up, and you get to utilize all the cool emotes I have available. Yeah, or buckshot roulette, I believe it's called.
Careful now.
Alright, so he shields his allies. Alright, let me just revive my guy. Get some what's-a-mahoozy up. And for whatever reason, I wasn't able to time any of those parries correctly.
Do me in.
Let the ink flow.
Increasing damage on red. Blue increases damage.
Feel the burn.
There we go. Was able to get those parries off. Alrighty. Powerful. The thingamajiggy is that. Medium damage, 3 hits, heals self by 20% if target burns. Let me do a cheap shot.
Lune, attention.
Damn it. Shielding himself again. We break that mark down.
It's locked on you.
Ah, what's the prompt? Fuck it. Overcharge on lightning.
For those who come after.
Hey, it broke him. Nice. Let's use the Phantom Blade then. Yes! So it does a lot. The prompt is a skill issue. Here's the thing, is like you can kind of hear a bit of a noise when it does the wind-up. So I was trying to like base it off that. Like I thought it was going to be like a little bit of that to help you out. But nah, it didn't help as much as I hoped.
Nice.
50% increased break damage on counter attack. Okay. So that's a level 3. Energized start. Confident takes 50% but can't be healed. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We'll get that one working. And then powerful revive. We'll put breaking counter on you. And leave it at that. Alright. Why are you vibrating? Is there... Nah, it's just for the thingamajiggy there. Okay. Push you out of the way. Get more color. Yeah, that's just a platform to go left and right on. So the sooner we can break the crystals, the... Oh, you're new. What in the world are you? Oh, once again, it swaps over to keyboard and mouse, whatever reason that did it. Thank you for the 1 bit, Iron Yoshi. Oh, that guy's a, what's a mahoozy, is he? Alright, oh, no, never mind.
Careful now, Gustav.
Okay, that's like twice then. I pressed the bumper and it did nothing.
Careful now.
Oh, what? I jumped! God fucking damn it. This controller, come on. And it tells you it's recommended to play on controller as well. Lightning, 3 hits. Fuck it.
Thunder.
Heads up, Tia.
Try it. Lune, attention.
Ready.
Alright, covers the sword in blood, so now it's the...
A storm is coming.
There we go.
Full deck.
Let's go harvest. There we go. Gives you a bit of health for that. And let's do the overcharge.
For those who come after.
Yes! Crunchyroll messed up. The page it takes you to after buying 2 subs won't show up anymore. It just says ineligible. Ugh. If you get hit just before you click parry, you instead recoil and don't parry. You had problems all over the game with timing. Yeah, but here's the thing, is like, I've definitely felt my game, like, you'll see, like, hang on, let me show you, like, it happens sometimes in this game where, like, the connectivity with the controller isn't perfect. Like, see, then, like, it just decides to stop running. So let me just... So, like, if I'm wiggling the thumbstick, like, a little bit left and right while pushing forward, like, it sometimes just, you know, gets caught and doesn't go any further.
56th. In my youth,
Ugh.
drama for passion.
Why do you have German ads? I don't know.
Helped me understand the difference. Opened my eyes to an entirely different way to experience the world. How can she be gone? How could they so callously, so nonchalantly destroy such a beautiful soul? Vile, vile, vile. They just killed her, like she was a worthless Nevron. Those cold-blooded,
Oh, the 56...
parasites.
So, they saw them before. So this isn't the first time we've seen, like, a white-haired, individual.
Human. But I know she's a monster. She refuses to speak, but I'll make her talk. And then I will feed her to a Nevron. Then the Pinterest can take me. I don't care. Nothing matters.
Rhythm game mechanics can't preempt it, so we got to deal with it. Yeah, no, but... if it felt comfortable, I would do it via keyboard and via keyboard and mouse. But the problem is I don't do it well. Like, controller feels way better to me for, like, timing-wise than keyboard and mouse. But if I'm using controller, then I definitely feel like there's misinputs going off. Like, do you get what I'm saying? so the resistance to that. Yep, so you're burning right now. So, oop, there we go. Medium dark damage. So they're weak to dark. Alright, so covered in blood, and then... There we go, getting 3 hits in. Covering in blood again.
Chroma is flowing.
Alrighty. Random hits 2 to 6. Let's go with this. Hopefully... Nice. Alright, what's the thing that will do a... So, this one will do a break. And it does darkness, which is weak to. And then we can do Shatter, which is high lightning. If the target is broken by the hit, it overcharges fully charged again. Yep, breaking them. Fully charging the thingamadiggies. You don't have anything that does dark damage, so I'm just gonna have you do a normal hit. And then you, meanwhile, I'm gonna have be Searing Blood, which does dark.
Take this.
But yeah, that's why I know the misinput feel. I tend to now press the button really hard. Alright, hurting your fingies, making sure it's pressed. Yeah. That's also, this controller is a little bit old. Like, it's like 2 years old at least, and this thing has definitely, like, been used a lot, let me tell you, and has definitely felt frustrations. Which is why, like, one of the things, like, see, look at this. Like, sometimes it just, like, stops and then picks up again. It's like, there's inputs that don't pick up. But yeah, one of the things, I've put it on my throne. I've put in a, I've put in, this is apparently a budget, controller. Like, the company is a budget controller company. Like, they have cheaper controllers, but this one has, like, the Hole Effect thumbsticks and micro switches. Yeah, no, this is being played wired as well. Can I climb up? Yes, I can. Awesome. So, check out my throne. Oh, wait, no, there's already a thingamadiggy. There, thank you. Thank you, Jack. Alright, let's give... Oh, I should have checked my inventory if there was, like, a dark-based, whatsamahoozy I could have done. Alrighty, so... Let's go for... low lightning damage that appear... Let's see if it works on this thing. Nope, okay, so it has to be... 1, 2, and 3, 4. There we go. And then we'll just do a Oh! That is not fun.
Here's your card. Dochka-star.
Yeah, no, that's 3 times there. I was pressing the bumper. I was pressing that bumper.
Look out.
Right.
Ugh. Oh, and there she is with all her...
A storm is coming.
We need you.
Here.
Alrighty, no, so...
Danger! I'll do it. What's up?
There we
Brace
go.
yourselves. It's not to me. Don't just yet. I'll do it.
No.
Brace
Like-
yourselves.
Is about to oh my god. Oh. Yeah, this isn't great. She's got way too many stagger points because of, like, the thing I did. Yeah, she gets them because of that, I imagine. Yeah. So... Yeah. So... Nope. And then I... dodge goes off and then jumps into it. Yes, I jumped into it.
Take cover. I'll do it. Try me.
I thought I had it. Oh. No,
Try.
not great, not great.
Not today. I'm waiting.
I just want to die. Just let me... But I need to, like, learn the... Damn it. I want to learn the patterns with this thing. Also, I need to change the equipment, because, yeah, the lightning base isn't going to help. If I hit the orbs, it's going to, you know... No, we're not doing a melee solo. I haven't set her up in a fashion where she can. So this thing doesn't really have the element I want. There's a frost based off of the cool ram, which might be a little bit better. That's physical. That's fire. Honestly, fire might be... Free aim deals an additional to a random target. And then... Oh, Chation would be good. Sun skills always apply 10 foretell, but all damage taken is double. I know that's a bit of a risky one, but I want to give that a try. And then this one has her start in the verbose stance, which, you know, in verbose stance every burn applied is doubled. In verbose stance, burn deals double damage. That's pretty good. But yeah, I don't have dark element for him to use. Maybe I put him back onto the lance arm? 276. No, I'll keep him on Cruella Ram. And then that's 127. I'll keep it to lighter rim, and then you're gonna be on that. Oh, heal party. That way, I'm not getting into the fight, you know, weak. But yeah, like, sometimes the controller just gets stuck and, like, stops doing an input that I want it to do. Is there a way to put a little money towards it for now, or is it a full payout no matter what? Oh, I would need to adjust it, actually. I would need to adjust it to make it like a contribution thing, actually. I'll do that after this fight, if that's okay. And, like, look, there it is. It's just back onto... It's back on keyboard and mouse. Like, I'm gonna turn... Like, I don't know if it's because of the cable that it's accidentally pressing one of the keys. But let's... Alright, let's have a look. Alright, I'm gonna have you hit this...
A storm is coming.
There we go.
Here we go. Take cover!
Yeah, you're strongly weak to... There we go. So kind of got that down.
Take cover!
I've been pressing it at the same time!
Careful now. Gustav!
Oh my god, like, yeah, like, sometimes it just... Alright. To make me happy, I am going to... Hang on, let me just head to... Oh, I forgot I turned off my keyboard in case of the... I'm gonna head to my throne. I'm gonna adjust that thingy-madiggies, that controller, because it is like, I do want to give that controller a try, because it has wired Bluetooth, and it has, like, a little wireless dongle. Edit it. And then allow crowdfunding. Why is it an AU? And it's like 92, 93. Can I edit that? Yes. Because like on this, there we go. It was like a really weird fucking decimal point. There we go. So that's adjusted that. All right. So that adjustment should have been made. I'm gonna turn off the keyboard again. Alrighty, skills time. Let's try this. It's annoying that those guys can just dodge just because of the fact that they're floating. There we go.
Careful now. Dodge up.
Get ready.
Damn it. Alrighty. So you got colorless and you got thingy. Heal the targeted ally health and dispels thingy madiggy.
Right.
Yeah, so they both dodge that. Of course they do.
Get ready.
Damn it!
I'll do it.
Fuck it.
To evade.
I am just so annoyed with my...
Ready to evade. Ready to evade.
No, not putting in the reserve team, because then now I do only have one solo. And it's like, I haven't even been able to get those two out of the way. Oh, and I've got a message from Jack. Viewers in your region can only predict without using any gains. Learn more. Oh, okay, so it's a screenshot. Okay. Alright. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Let me... So, Expedition Basics. So, skill wheel. Alright, Q is to dodge. E is to parry. So, Q and E is to parry. QTEs. Pressing space at the right time will improve the skill's effectiveness. Alright. It's gonna take a little bit. But we're gonna try and do this with a keyboard and mouse. What did you... Oh, Jack was just demonstrating, like, how they can't contribute into prediction polls. I have not run any prediction polls here, because... Alright, what's the... Alright, F is to strike. Alright, let's give this a try. Keyboard and mouse style. So, E for skill. Low ice. There we go.
Aroma is flowing.
And then...
Feel the burn.
Yeah, I don't like that I have to press F to, you know, confirm the thingy-majiggy, I'm gonna be real. Medium physical damage, applying foretell, yep. There we go. 3, 2, 1.
Dodge, Gustav.
Covers it in blood, giving him some slinging. Alright. I'm way too focused right now, whoever stole my shirt. Provides earth. Earth increases damage. And I completely missed that. Yep, doing significant weakness. I'm
waiting.
3, 2. Ah! It just feels weird on the keyboard.
I'll do it.
Right.
Danger!
And I'm off key with that one every time. Alright, let's try this. And I'm off key with that one as well. There we go. Alright, here we go, here we go. Ugh! Just use the controller, you'll get used to it.
I'm ready.
Like, I tell myself that, but I don't like the misinputs.
Ready to evade. I'm ready. Ready to evade.
Send in the reserve team? No. Okay, I can vote in predictions. I just can't bet channel points. Your region forbids it. Yeah. So you can vote, but it, like, you don't gain or lose any channel points when you do it, which is a little bit, you know, upsetty. So yeah, right now I'm trying to do this with keyboard and mouse, and it does, like, I don't get the misinput, which is nice, but I am dealing with the fact that, like, you know, it feels awkward trying to, you know, go between, like, you know, the different buttons in this game. So, because Q and E, so Q is dodge, E is, parry. So, yeah, alright. Fuck it. You know what? I'm gonna, and then avoid. So, I can't use any of those, so select the target, doing a little bit of damage. I'm gonna get rid of... There we go. That way, yep, so neither of them gain shields for it. So they gain shield for it, but... And then I just need to hit them with one at a time. There we go. Alright. There we are.
The storm is coming.
Alright, skills. Electrify. To do a couple of hits to you. There we are. And then... I'm gonna do a quick easy... There we go. And then... E. A dark medium attack, 2 to 6 hits, applies foretell per hit, critical hits apply additional. Yep, alright. Yeah, that was good, that was good. Alright, skill Q. So yeah, it doesn't feel perfect. Alright, let's see if I can do the parry here. Can't do the parry there. Shame.
A storm is coming.
Alrighty. Actually, let me just do normal hits to you. You. And you're an overcharge. And no, you don't have what I need. Here we go. Alright.
Careful now. Gustav!
Alright.
Let the ink flow. Ready.
Alright. Ink can break the target. Yep. Let's go with you. And I didn't time that space button correctly. You downloaded a mod to show PlayStation controls? That would be interesting. The poor French game says use controller. Yes, I know the poor French game tells me to use controller. But, you know, I don't know, like, I just don't like the, you know, the little bits of, like, you know, misinputs and what have you that go off with this controller. I don't, like, it doesn't feel like it in, like, more critical games. Although, maybe it, although I'm not using it in something like Doom, for sure, so...
Nani?
Alright, so, grab the thing from there. This was a totally optional fucking thing. What is your graphics at? It's just normal, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's custom. I'm not using DLAA, or scaling type. Can I TSR? What in the... Seriously? Okay, never mind. All there is like, you know, upscaling things. So I'm going to keep it at DLSS. Determines at which the frames are rendered. Quality renders at a higher resolution, while performance runs at a higher frame rate at the cost of image quality. Turn off that motion blur nonsense. For whatever reason... presets, here we go. Let's do medium. Yep, so motion blur is disabled. Putting all that... do you want to save them? Yes. Yeah, because here's the thing, is like, it's still beautiful on fucking medium settings, of all things. Apparently, different controllers have different polling. Yep. The Xbox doesn't have a crazy good polling. Because here's the thing, is like, yes, this thing is like a $60 controller, but... Well, actually, I spent more on this controller because it was a 20th anniversary edition, and I liked it because it had, like, the semi-transparent plastic, which I liked. But, stop camera movements in fights? Nah, it's... It honestly is a case of I'm visually seeing it. I press the button, like, it's not a... I know what the feeling I'm talking about is. Never grasped your essence, you're not from here. Familiar, yet so different, like everything she created. Like the creatures of darkness at the end of this path. It is but one of her many creations. Beautiful in its own way, but deadly. Her favorite Why is she doing this? I don't know. I wish I knew. It's not like her. She was my best friend. But she outgrew us. She has more important things. More important friends. She left me behind. Okay. Oh, hey, there's another, boat from the expedition. Alright, rest. Upgrade the skills. So, yeah. And once again, and Wild Saber hits me with the wall of text. Wild Saber, I'm gonna have to tell you this, like, point blank at this point now, but while I appreciate you coming into my chat and, you know, saying hi and what have you, don't hit me with a wall of text on a random fun fact or, you know, something or other that happens. It is a little bit distracting, and sometimes it's very out of pocket from what I'm doing right now. Say hi. Do much shorter. Because here's the thing, it's as if someone is coming in and going, Zeebs, I want to scream all the profanities the human race has ever created. LEGO shut down a fan-made game that was 8 years in the works and 3 months from releasing their demo. Bionicle Masks of Power was sadly shut down for an unknown... You've lost me. all, like, at that point, too many words. It should be a case of... Hi, Grant. I am fuming today. Make that your opening message. Because either I'm going to ask you, oh, why are you fuming there, Wild Saber? Or I'm going to say, not to worry, Wild Saber. We're going to be trying to, you know, have some better times as we go through Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. So, because yeah, whether it's been about Lego or any of the other stuff in the past, you have done info dumps. And I understand, like, info dumping is a really, like, it's a real connective thing, because it's like, oh, they like this thing, I love this too, let me tell you more. I can sometimes be guilty of that with my friends. You will sit in the, no, don't sit in the naughty corner, you sit there. You sit in class, sit there in the chat, say hi to Kiaru, say hi to Jack, say hi, how is everyone's day? Listen to what we're doing, and have, you know, small feedback here and there. You will sit there and type himbo. Yeah, exactly what Kiaru said. Are you on full screen or borderless? I'm on borderless. What? Like, full screen does not do much difference. Let's see. So I got night. I'm going to increase your vitality by... Actually, hang on. Let me increase your defense. Jesus Christ, you could do with better defense. Let's go with... Increases the chance of dealing critical deals more. So... Alright, let's do you to 12. So then that way, 15 plus 24 makes 39%. Oh, the Pictos do that much of an increase. Ooh, okay. Oh, I don't have any points to contribute to her or to her. I am going to need to swap... hang on, I'm going to need to swap my party around. So you are strong enough, so I'm going to need to remove you to the party, add you to the party. So then that way... Alright, let's see. So yeah, Jack is 41% Thembo. The fuck is this thing? Good work on the himbo rating, 28%. Nice start, nice start. Oh, it's moving weirdly smoother now. What the f...
Wow.
What? What have I been doing wrong all this time? What? It feels so much smoother all of a sudden. Nope, that got me. What is this? Hi there, Cobra. This is Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. Alright, so she swapped to the offensive stat.
On me.
Take them down.
There we go.
This will hurt.
Here's your card.
You can finally type. Nice. Welcome, Cobra. Glad to see you. Glad to see that you're able to type and that it's like, you know, being picked up and what have you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, ads are done. Yeah, it felt a little bit smoother. Please, can I do a very, very small backseaty now that you finished the fight I was wanting to backseat for? Go ahead. What were you back... Was it about the floating people, or was it about the person with, like, the blood, thing? Alright, so we got a new healing tint, which is nice. But yeah. Alright, so that's a lot smoother. Check Melene's... Oh yeah, Melene has a thing where she can break all the shields off. But she wasn't in my party and I, you know... Alright, hang on a sec. Is there a way for me to turn on, like, whatsamahoozies? Hang on. So, automatic QTE, we're not doing that. Persistent centered dot, we're not doing that. Where is the option to show the diagnoses, such as, like, you know, the whole, whatsamahoozy thing? Alright, I'm gonna put you on high next. So, film grain, chromatic abrasion, vignette. Alright, so we put you to high. Apply these settings. Okay, high is still okay. No idea what diagnoses are. I just wanted to know about, whatsamahoozies. I just wanted to know about, like, if there was a way to show the frames per second or not. Alrighty, there we go.
Flames. On me. Gustav,
Alright, here we go. Yeah! Darn it. Would it help to just set the graphics to whatever default they gave you and tinker with it later? The default was epic. What you saw there was what was defaulted by the game.
Here's your card.
For some reason, it thought the highest settings was a good idea.
let's spill some ink.
But yeah, I know the skill you're talking about is probably a stream overlay thing. Never use stream overlay, it breaks a lot of games. Well, I'm playing via the Xbox, like, thingy-majiggy, so actually I have to press the center button, I think. Your big boy PC can handle... Oh, I don't have the thingy-majiggy going. Never mind. Alright, so... But yeah, you're talking about... So, Melee has a skill... okay, it's not in here. I'd have to unlock it, but basically she has a skill allowing her to, like, remove all shields from a target or do defenseless. So, hang on. So, learn skills. So you're talking about... Where is it? Oh, what in the world? Why did you jump up? Here it is. Breaking rules. Deals a low single target physical damage, 2 hits, destroys all target shields, and gains 1 AP per shield destroyed. If the target is defenseless, you play a second turn. Honestly, let's grab that. So that does the offensive stat. So... Yeah, breaking rules is a 3-hitter. So maybe deals medium physical damage, increases damage to marked target. Maybe it's worth... switches if target is burning, regain 0 to 2. So that puts me on offensive. That puts me on defensive. That can put me on defensive as well. Verbose. That one does recovery. I'm gonna swap you out. Because it doesn't... It reapplies current stats and gives... So we'll give that one a try. And then we got recovery here, which does, like, you know, that. But yeah, you don't unlock anything new yet. Healing, rebirth, and revitalization. Deals high single earth damage and breaks using 5 hits. 2 lightnings increases the damage. Okay, so that... Because I do have, like... Whatsamahoozies that are doing lightning. Consumes all stains to deal high elemental damage to the target. Can break if 4 stains are consumed. Oh, maybe deals low single target. Generates the corresponding... And it does 4 hits. Okay. Deals medium ice. Deals high single target lightning damage via 6 hits. Fire Rage to all enemies every turn until Loon receives damage. Alright, let's get Mayhem and Elemental Trick unlocked. So, Elemental Trick, we're gonna put you in... I'm gonna put you in the Thunderfall, because that one's really expensive to do. Mayhem, meanwhile... Yeah, I don't have anything here that breaks damage. I'm not really using your Healing Light right now, so we'll do that. And then, meanwhile, you, I've not really done too much. Cleanse an ally of their status effects and propagates the target's buff to all allies. Not doing a lot of that. Deals low dark damage to all enemies, 3 hits. Consumes 1 foretell per hit for increased damage. Honestly, probably a good one to apply. So, light, night, light, and light. Deals medium target damage, 2 to 6 hits, uses weapons element. Deals dark, deals physical, deals dark. So yeah, so marked, no, what's Mahuzi is, so let's go with, let's go, so Firing Shadow is, yep, nighttime, consumes a foretell. Alright. We can do Mei Mei, Gus Gus, and Lulu, and Cece. Phantom Blade on what's Mahuzi breaks. Yeah. Okay, cool. You can level up. Alright, so luck increases the critical hit rate. 3 points we can apply. Defense gives us B grade. Agility... I'm probably going to use the weapon that she has, though, so probably worth doing that upgrade. You, meanwhile... Sure, let's increase that critical hit rate, giving you increased attack power and speed because of the thingy-majiggy you have. We rest again. Alright, let's keep moving. Yeah, the controller...
The Paintress destroyed our world, and someone built her a shrine.
The weak-minded turn to whatever they can to explain the unknown.
When you're at
the
mercy of a power you don't understand.
Robot arm, foot fetish, child, and gambler. That is a way... Oh, actually, speaking of foot fetish, you can change, like, different people's outfits. So right now I have her wearing the baguette hat, because this is what she normally looks like. I like her with the baguette. I don't like the outfit, so I left her with Expedition. With Lune, meanwhile, you can give her the baguette outfit. You can give her a fucking swimsuit so you can see her fucking knees. Look at that. And then there's, like, look at that. Look. And then meanwhile, this guy, we've got, so recently I've unlocked that. We can give him swimsuit as well. This is him in his suit. And that's him in short hair. That's him in a bun. Curly baguette. I do like that outfit. And then that's what she looked like in What's Mahuzi's. You can give her short hair, gestural, or the artist. I'm going to give her short hair, honestly. Alright, what's First Strike? First Strike allows you to play first. Oh, fuck yeah. Recover 15% health on lifesteal. Swap you out from that. No longer gain AP on parry, but you gain +1 AP on getting hit. No fucking thank you. But... let's get rid of that last chance critical. Put you in there, just so then that way you level up some stuff. This is so then that way I get the Pictos, you know, leveling up and what have you when we go through fights. You missed merchants in the Gestural Town. There are some merchants in the Gestural Town that I have not gone through. You are correct. Zebro. Hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Okay, this is a little bit smoother, but I'm still having an annoying feeling with the controller. Virtuose. There we go. I know this because you're missing gestural hair for everyone. I am not going to give gestural hair to everyone, first and foremost. It's a fucking ugly design. And then... Oh, another, journal.
Lucille of the 50th.
Ooh.
Our beautiful wheel. Wedged upon the rocks.
Uh-huh.
A casualty of the massive serpent of the sea. But even shattered, its presence is still comforting.
Mm.
Adrian and Gabriel are doing their best to sustain morale, but with no food, no clean water, no way to fix the wheel, our fate is quite clear. Well, to me at least. But I have no desire to hold back the hopes of others. Perhaps. Perhaps we will find a way back.
Uh-huh.
Still. These moments of quiet, sitting on the beach, are also a source of contentment. All our lives we've been running.
Getting the swimsuits from the gestural beach aren't a waste of time, but getting the gestural hairdo is?
And now we can...
Yes!
At least we got to see some of the wonders of this world.
It is definitely worth
The
it.
serpent, cool as it is a deadly elegance that is mesmerizing.
So we're going to be dealing with a Leviathan serpent of some sort at some point.
What other marvels might we have seen had we been able to keep rolling? I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to grow up outside the dome. Perhaps even live amongst the Nevrons. Could we have achieved a form of peace? Or even prospered alongside them?
So Expedition 50 were the Ferris wheel people with their weird fucked up thing. Over here we've got...
This will be useful.
More chroma things. And then...
What have we here?
More chroma. Back away, gambler. So, up here, up here, up here. Alrighty, let's give a try to Whatsamahoozie's ability with you. Oh, okay, cool. So there's like two of you to deal with. Wrong move. Pressing a little too soon there. So breaking stride costs 3. So let's do an offensive switch on you. There we go.
Careful now, Gustav.
Covers themselves in blood. There we are.
Careful now, Gustav. Careful now.
I'm not gonna do the counterattack, because I'm gonna leave that to Whatsamahoozie to do. Deals high dark damage, consumes to do additional damage. To all enemies, consumes per fortune.
Time to hit big.
Alrighty. Let's see how this looks.
Take down their shields.
Oh, and now she's stanceless. Interesting. Oh, actually, wait, hang on. He can overcharge. Let's go with that.
For those who come after.
Nice! Alright, let's see if I can time this. Yeah! Oh, hell yeah. Alright, so if we do... Deals damage to consumes per hit for additional damage. Okay, so it only hits once. Target is burning. If in Virtuose, says in Virtuose. If target is defenseless, play a second turn. Alright, here we go. Puts her in defenseless. Nice. Breaks him, gives him full charge. Yes! If you use a skill that changes you to defense, offensive, or virtuous, but you're already on defense, or you stop It wasn't... Yeah, no, that part wasn't properly mentioned. It just mentioned that it would change stances. It didn't mention that it would, like, you know, go stanceless if you went to the same stance again. Okay, okay. Alright, let's go for... Ooh, let's go with you next. But yeah. This game is a lot smoother when I no longer have it trying to go at, like, the highest fucking graphics. But I am still feeling something with the controller once or twice. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so melee will be the last one, so do that, do that, do that, and loop into the front, please. There we go. Alrighty. So yeah, so they all have like 4 shields each, which is absolutely fucking terrible, but it is what it is. To all enemies, 3 hits, consumes per thingamadiggy. And then... break shield, and then...
Take down the shields.
There we go. 3, 2... Damn it! Didn't time that.
It's locked on you.
Yes! Alright, that did the counterattack. And that sets him up for a break, which I cannot apply. So I'm going to apply it to...
Let's speed things up.
There we go, gives all of us rush.
Grace.
Alright, so you can do a break. Yeah, okay, so it makes her stanceless because it went from offensive to offensive. Let's make her 3 powerful. Yeah, see how there was like a little zoom, zoom, zoom? Offensive and defensive can alternate with base attack. Offensive buffs defensive, vice usually, and Virtuoso buffs both. Yeah, Virtuoso makes it so that you get like 200% damage increase, so basically double damage on opener, which is pretty good, and you just have to, you know,
Nice.
and you get no you get like no, you know, downside from it. Oh, hello. Good thing I did that. Applies powerful when falling below what's-mahoozies. Okay. Alright, get rid of the SOS shell. And where is SOS power? There we go. Alright. Chrome Elixir to get everyone healed. I wonder, because this game doesn't give you a little mini-map, but I wonder if there's like I wonder if it's doing like the Last of Us thing, where if you want like a general idea of whether you're going in the right direction, you need to look for the light. You need to look for lanterns. I wonder if that's the clue on these maps. where lanterns and, like, you know, light sources are your indicator of this is how you progress through the map. So, oh, got you.
Nice.
So yeah, because there was lanterns across there. There isn't a way for us to drop down, so really there's only up to go next. There's a little flag. 56 Expedition, there we go. So now we're at the old farm. Yeah, and look, there's lanterns over there as well.
Perfect.
More chroma. So yeah, there isn't any lanterns over here, which means this is like a... what's-a-mahoozy? This is just like an extra bit of section. Anytime you hear the clocks go off as well... oh, it's plus 200. Okay, plus 200. Alright, so... Alright, here we go. So let's do 1, 2, and 3. And fuck it, 4. Gonna make it absolutely fucking bonkers to... Oh yeah, he dodges, never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Is there any way for me to apply weak... not when I don't have any, what's-a-mahoozies? Alrighty. Low physical destroying AP goes from virtuoso to offensive. There we go. Gets rid of all the thingies. There we are.
Here's your card.
There we go. Applies 10. Is there any way for me to apply weakness? No, there isn't. So I'm going to apply powerful.
Let me help.
Finesse and grace.
So offensive and offensive. So we'll be able to apply... There we go. So we applied defenseless there. It does that, stabbing itself, giving it... There we go. So it still has 3 thingamadiggies. I'm gonna... I wonder, is there some... Skip my turn. And then... I'm gonna skip his turn. Alrighty, so she's stanceless right now. And because we do this... Yep, so it gets rid of all the shields because it's stanceless, and she gets herself another go. Alright, okay. With offensive, applies 2 more turns of burn.
On me.
Yeah! There, alright, cool. So Shiel and Many are now level 20. The Lumaries that have been learned is First Strike. Is this a Lumary? Nope, it's just more polished chroma to get it up, to get my stuff up to level 9. I don't want to do that just yet, because there is ways of, like, if I fight the right things... Oh, hello, little fella. It's not time to dwell on nature's beauty. Now is the time to trade stuff. Alrighty, fuck it, ponytail. Colors of Lumeria. Let's go with that. There's no point on these guys. The colors of Lumeria is worthwhile. Let's fight the merchant, and we're gonna use melee for this, so then that way she gets a little more XP. There is no R in Lumina. How did you get Luminary? I thought there was like an accent or something, okay? There we go. Give him defenseless.
Let's dance.
Oh. Okay.
Spill some ink.
burn. That way.
Harry.
Yeah! Get fucked. That was a very strong counter. And we can use this.
Finesse and precision.
Bonk. Lumeria? Maybe it is Lumeria, sorry. Look, I'm not great. I am not great with the French words, okay? You have defeated me in a duel. Rest assured that nothing in this universe will stop you now. Ooh, oh, nice. Okay, who? Rangerson. Per Fortel. Oh, okay, so that's, what's-a-mahoozy something. There's no real point to the recoat, because I'm holding on to, like, 6 of them already. Alright, so yeah, so you got Chatian. That makes it so that it always applies Fortel, but all damage taken is doubled. Recovers 5% health per Fortel applied. It's... Yeah, the Chation is still better. I don't know how I found it, but I got it. Oh, what the... Oh, it's so then that way I can drop down. Okay. And then... Oh, there's 2 of you here. Okay. Wait. Did I just start back in the... Oh, I see where it's put me. Okay. This is something I've learned. Gustav's weapons end in am, Loon's end in ilm, Sim's on and Ah, okay. Let's go with the marking shot. And then... Let's go...
Eyes don't lie.
There we go, because they're weak to the knight. Let's go into defense mode with you. There we go. Alright. 3, 2, 1. 2, and yunk, and... Yep,
Careful,
might as well.
Do me in.
Alrighty, so we got Moon going off. Let's do a recovery on you. Let's do an assault on you. There we are. So you're now overcharged. You can now do this.
Down with shields.
Yeah! Oh, alright, let's see if I can get this right.
Do me in.
Alrighty, so I can't do the spectral sweep because that still requires more. Damage to all enemies, 3 hits, consumes Fortel per hit. Damage, dealing... Applies and damage and 5 Fortel to target and all... Alright, let's go Searing. Yep, so now that gives her 10 cards. So that does 5 hits. Shatter is a high damage. I'm gonna go with From Fire. Just so then that way it gets, like, hits.
Let's spill some ink.
And then... Let's go Spark.
Flames on me.
There we are.
Gustav, don't die.
Darn, we got hit once. Alright, so now she's in Twilight mode. 50% damage, double the Fortel, and the max Fortel increases. Pumper Knucklebread and Montre Jessois? No idea what you're saying there, I'm gonna be real with you. That sounded made... That sounded like you made it the fuck up then. Alright, so back over this way. This is like me walking into Subway and listening to people say, Lettuce, mayonnaise, olives, vinegar. Well, that's what it is, isn't it? It's vinegar. Monterey, okay, Monterey Jack is fucking delicious. I don't know why Australia doesn't catch on to this, but having peppercorns in your cheese is fucking goated. And I'm so annoyed that in Australia, Subway doesn't have Pepper Jack or Monterey Jack as a cheese. They have it in the United States. Look, everyone gives the United States shit for, like, their culture of food and what have you. But, quite frankly... Also, why am I holding a thing? What? What? Oh, it's so then that way it gives me, like, a little light source. Weird. Okay. But yeah, like, you gotta give it to Americans. Like, the cheeses... Like, if you do a charcuterie board from America, it's gonna be fucking bops. Okay? It's gonna be a fucking bop. And the cheeses just fucking slap. Paris/France have all... Like, you can go with your soft, like, disgusting, like, blue, moldy cheese, but America's got cheese. Alrighty. Ding, dong. And then... Let's go physical applying defenseless. Putting her on the offensive stat. Alright, here we go, here we go. Yeah! Charcuterie, but not Lumina or Melee. Because I've done a charcuterie board in the past. I've done a charcuterie board in the past for a birthday. Nice! Alrighty, let's apply 10 to you. There we go. And then... There we are. And then, ding, dong.
Take down that shield.
Giving her a play immediately afterwards. Can I just do that again? Nope, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Alrighty, and then...
Get ready.
Nah, didn't time that.
Wow, wow.
Not enough people saying for him to remember the pronunciations. Yeah, sorry that I'm not remembering the pronunciations perfectly.
Merci.
There we are.
Not looking good. Take down that shield.
There we are.
Let's dance.
There we go. Performing a counter. He's almost filled. There we go. Yes! Was able to finally counter that one. Okay, so she doesn't have the thingies for it. Just in case. And then you have the stuff for it. So you're gonna do a shatter. Nice.
Not giving up.
And then... Shadowheart the Blade song. Melee like 50 times by this point. I don't... Look, if I'm saying it incorrectly, it's gonna happen. You're welcome to clip me on these incorrect pronunciations and post it into live stream fails and being like, look at this fucking Zeebs who can't even pronounce French words properly, yet charcuterie board comes out of him naturally. Oh, it's a well. Why is there... There we go.
Nice.
Ooh. Dunum. We'd have too many clips. It's my L. My L. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? I feel like that's not how you're supposed to. That feels like a fucked up way of pronouncing Malay. My L. I don't know. What's over in this direction? Oh, hello. The fuck are... Oh, there's a... Okay. Hang on a second. So, here's what I'm gonna need to do. Oh, hello, it's you. Okay, I'm supposed to hit you? And I can't jump over the wall. And I don't have the... Oh, I see. I'm supposed to be leading you into the... Alright, hang on. So, you go in this direction. Alrighty, so now I need to try and... Here we go. There we are. Alright, and then... Alright, here we go. We'll be here for 30 seconds. Alright. Oh, okay, alright, so.
Flames. On me.
Alright, so he's got burn on right now. Yep, counter was like almost instantaneous. Apply 10 onto you. And let's do the Lumiere. There we go.
Not giving up.
Alright, so you're burning right now. And switches if the target is burning, regaining... Yep.
On fire.
There we are. So they burn. Summons another Nevron. Okay. Almost.
Eyes don't lie.
There we go. Almost killed him. Let's go overcharge on you.
For those who come after.
Ah, that wasn't enough. I barely did fucking anything. Let's apply Defenseless to you. And not good. It's severing another. Alright, here we go. So... applies a counter, so that's out of the way. Let's see, Phantom Blade. So Petank has 7. Let's go with the dark damage, shall we?
Lady Luck smiled today.
Nah, it doesn't do a lot. Alright, let's mark you. There we go.
Look out.
Weakness applied on you.
Take your shot. I'm waiting.
There we go. Oh.
Here we go. Here's your card.
Doesn't do a lot, is the annoying thing. There we go. Let's see how this goes. And he flees. It's almost like it's a mechanic. Yeah, I know it's a mechanic. You have to do a certain amount of damage in order to get him. He disappears. Oh yeah, I totally forgot I put the fucking bikini on her. So yeah, give me a second. So, you do the rest. Hang on. Let's see. So you can put 3. So your might increases. I need to increase your defense. If I put your luck, you increase in speed. Yep. And then you got 3 points that we're going to apply to agility. Alright. Let's... Ah, but then it makes all these again. So there he is there. Alright, let's try and get these out of the way. Alrighty. There we go. You. Fire rush to all of us. Yeah.
Please survive.
Ah. That one didn't work. Why didn't that one work?
Time to take risks.
That one makes no sense. Counter. Counter.
Take down their shields.
For those who come after.
Not a lot of damage.
Okay.
But at least he burns. Damn it!
Time to take risks.
Nah, I don't need a practical... I don't need... Dodging is for whims, like Kiaru says, okay? Dodging is for wimps, alright? Parrying is where it's at.
Take them down. Get ready.
See? Look at that. Parrying. Fuck.
Not today.
If you're having this much trouble now, I'm very worried about your progress later. That's because I want to parry, okay?
Eyes don't lie.
There we go, so he's out of the way. Look at that. Did it. Alrighty, let me... Where is he? There he is. So yeah. Look, maybe if I'm not doing well, I'll go over to dodging, but look, dodging is for wimps. The real trick is parrying. There's so much more reward for parrying. Alright, so now there's the Nevron. Alright, so you got the Virtuoso stance. Uses the element. Yep. Yep, so applies defenseless.
Get ready.
There we go. Almost gets rid of you. You out of the way at the very least. Alright, defenseless and burning. So I probably need to try and apply defenseless as often as I can.
Heads up, yeah.
Let's dance.
Fuck you.
Let me help.
Applies powerful to all of them. So you got a defensive status. There we are. Put you to Virtuoso. Summons another Nevrod.
Get ready.
Let's dance. I'm ready.
Okay, so Ice and Dark don't do much to it. And it doesn't do much with that, so... Shooting at the Lancier's weak point. Doesn't do much to the... So it's on fire. If it's defenseless, play a second turn immediately. There we are. And then... There we are.
Okay.
Good hit back, good hit back.
Careful now.
I'm waiting.
waiting.
Yeah! Oh, yes! Woo! Suck it, Jack! Dodging's for wimps. Kill the ads. The Platank are spawning before attacking. Please, I'm begging you. Did it! I figured it out. Like I said, dodging is for wimps. Is there anything over here before I follow the lanterns? There is, but it's being blocked by that. I summoned the crow for you, and this is how you treat us? Look, not you specifically, Jack. More to, whoever was telling me to dodge more often. Because Kiaru is right. Like, dodging is for wimps. You play an expert, no auto QTEs, and learned parrying, and only cried for 2 hours. Hey, I'm not playing an expert, granted, but I'm not doing auto QTEs either, and I'm learning the parrying. I'm doing the needful. Now pay for your comments. Thank you, chat, for believing in me that I can do the parrying and that dodging is for wimps. No, don't pull the lever, Jack, I'm sorry! Why is this guy not attacking? Hello? Entrapped in stone. Quite the situation. If you don't say something in the next few seconds, I shall knock myself to sleep. How'd this happen? I do not exactly know. But I can certainly guess. It has to do with the mistress. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more? Oh, you want to know more? Just a moment, I was wondering what I could ask in exchange. You're not really in a position of power here. A poor threat, sadly. In my weakened state, incomplete state, anything could kill me at this point. The others, they possess shiny, shimmering rocks glistening on their back. Why I lack the same luster, I do not know. But it maddens me. We could potentially help you with that. I hope you can. The cavern might be your best bet. If you could find 3 of those lustrous rocks. Oh, I will be magnificent. Alright, so we're gonna need to find some rocks for this guy to make him feel happy.
Sir Dragalt's 88 demands you drink.
Sippy time. Ah, hey, my shirt! How dare you steal my shirt? Alright. Alright, let's put more into defense. Alright, let me remove you and add you back in. So it's all the ladies back in. And we're trying to find some gems. We're looking for shiny gems while we're in here. What size is the zebra shirt anyway? Fun fact. So I used to be like a 2XL before I went on my diets and such like that. I can now comfortably fit in a size L or medium from Uniqlo. So I'm actually getting closer and closer to like some rather average sizes for my shirts and what have you. And I'm currently at like size 34 jeans from Levi. So, you know, so far so good. I'm doing fairly all right. It's so good being able to fit in like more appropriate size shirts and jeans. Okay, so it looks like there's one crystal over there. There isn't a way in the water. I feel like that will be a bit of a death sentence. Let me just avoid you real quickly. Go away. No. Get fucked. Get juked on. Oh, okay, maybe I need to hit you. Imagine losing weight instead of staying fat and depressed like me. No, Kiaru, don't be depressed. Kiaru, you have so much going. You could do a, you could, like, go to a GP and ask, like, you know, weight loss thingamadoogies. Yep. There we go, applies defenseless.
Let the ink flow.
Let's see what happens when we do the Earth Rising
Did you see
method.
it?
Right.
Nah, so they're not weak to Earth.
Oh no.
There we go. Good on you, Lune. Alright, so they're resistant to fire. Oh, that's a cultist.
Ice. Shut.
Alright, doesn't do too much. There we go. And you, meanwhile,
Take down the shields.
get an immediate action. What would be... Darn it, doesn't do a lot of breaking.
Did you see it?
Dodge CL.
Did you see it?
Shields him?
I'm ready.
Oh, I could have parried that. That would have been good. But I was able to at least, you know, push against that. Alright, let's do... Low-level electricity. Consume a red to generate 1 light strand. Oh, actually, let's try... Ice, fire, lightning, and earth. Generates corresponding strains.
Elements converge. Deal me in.
Alrighty. Yes! Alrighty. There we go. Gives you a little bit of thingy. So covers it in blood. Alrighty.
Elements converge. Here's your card.
Applies 20. She's defenseless. There we go.
Brace yourselves.
Alright, let's see if I can get this right. Yes! I was able to get that counter right. There we go. Defenseless and slow is applied. And then...
Take down their shields.
There we go.
On guard.
And then... Ooh, let's see. Can I break him? Yes! Yes! You live in the UK. NHSQ times say hi. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, that would probably be a bit of a bitch. Sorry to hear about that. Alrighty, can I pick up this thing? Yep, okay, so we just need to break it.
Did you see it?
So we need to break it first. Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss? Wait, what did I miss, Sir Dragon? You mean... Oh, you meant the zebra shirt size. Oh, probably like a... I'd probably be like a 2XL zebra size. with the size that he is. Alright, let's see how we go with this. Nope. I can barely see everyone in this darkness.
I'm ready.
Alright, so you're holding on to 6, so let's go 1, 2, and then skills. Virtuoso, destroying all the shields.
Down the shields.
There we are. Putting you on offensive. And then we'll do elemental attack on you.
Elements. Confirmed.
Up. Yes! Oh, where? Oh, hang on. There we go.
Parry it.
Damn it! I wasn't able to time that one right.
Sustain them.
Let's do elemental thingamadook.
Flames. On me.
Wasn't perfect, but hey, it did its job. Alright, let's see if I can time this. Darn it, did not time that one.
Try me.
Good counter. Got it dead. Awesome, awesome. Alright, so you've got 6. Let's do the Phantom Blade. Did it. Alrighty. So there's another crystal. There we go. And there should be a third one. Yep, there's the third one. I see it right there. Uh-huh. Oh! Damn it. Oh, I'm so weak.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna need you to use a healing tint on yourself. Sorry, before I let you do that. You, meanwhile, we're gonna do the elemental trick on you and see what works best. Alright, so frost is your weakness. Good. On you.
Try me.
Nope, never mind. It was real quick. Psych. Blech. Oh, we didn't get anything from them. Okay. Alright, let me just... There should be another crystal... Also, before I forget. There we go. That way we don't have to fight them again. Because we have all these... So we have all these light sources. No. Oh wait, there is something there. And then what's here? Oh, ooh, this is gonna be tricky. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hey, look at that. Alrighty. Is there... Oh. Alright, so we just need to find a third crystal around here. Which might honestly... So yeah, because we got all these lanterns here, which tells me that it's going somewhere. Someone on Discord has a funny pronoun. She, her bet. Orange, she, her bet. Oh, so it makes like sherbert. Clever. I don't know how I feel about... Oops. I don't know how I feel about people making jokes about the pronouns, because I remember someone at work, like, we introduced pronouns and such, and which was really helpful, because we have some trans individuals in our office, so they will, like, you know, give she, her, he, him, she, them. But then there was like someone that was like Apache / helicopter, and I was just like, I get the joke, but oh, I've got the third crystal? Okay. Alright, let me just do this. So applies the 10 to you. Applies the physical to you. And then let's apply the elemental trick to you. Didn't get any aims from that. There we go. There we go. Oh, there's that rock guy there. I forgot. I honestly forgot that rock guy. I didn't see that guy there. Alright. Ice on you.
Ice, shut
There we go. And then let's do the fluent, because it will break you.
Precision.
Ah, it didn't break him. Darn. I was hoping it would. Good break, good break. I am doing so well now.
Not today.
Damn it! I spoke too soon.
Chroma's flowing. Elements converge.
There we go.
Finesse and grace.
Cute.
I'm waiting.
A storm is coming.
There we go, breaking you. Do I have the skills? Yes! Everyone blocks with weapons. Loon spins, headbutts, slaps it. Yeah, Loon's just magical, isn't she? Alright, so there is something in this thing here, as you can see there. But it's stuck in the building. And it doesn't look like we have a clever way of getting to it from here. So grab you. This takes us up here. Does this take us to the other side? Oh, okay, so that's the basalt waves. Let's head to the Tide Cavern, because then we can double back, give the crystal, and we should be good there. Yeah, so but there was that one part where you could, like, go down a thing? Lol, you fell asleep? Go to sleep, Jack! Go- You're on the bus, what the fuck? Oh, okay. No, stay awake before- Try and stay awake. Okay. Ooh.
Oh, lovely.
Apply shell for 3 turns on battle start. Interesting. Honestly, that would be really fucking useful for augmented counter. Let's swap you. So, what's breaking shot? Increase break damage with free aim. No longer gain AP on parries, plus AP on getting hit. Yeah, let's change you to breaking shot there. And yeah. Also, we're gonna change your thingy-majiggy from 5... Actually, yeah, we're gonna keep it as that. Your finest. Actually, no, let's swap you over to lightning, because I'm pretty sure lightning helps us out here. And then you're fine as you are, because you started in Virtuose stance. Although, you gain AP also gives 1 AP to all allies. Ooh, and that's in defensive staff, so that might actually be a good one to use. Shiny, shimmering, glistening. Exactly how I wanted. Made us with great pride and care. However, there are times when even she makes mistakes. I am living proof of that. Oh, mistress, forgive. I did not mean to speak ill of you. Please, forgive me. No, a long time ago they came to me. They spoke as if they knew the mistress. They revered her, but what they spoke of did not match the mistress.
So, does that mean the paintress has multiple forms?
More likely, she has allies or lieutenants, like the man on the beach.
Alrighty, so back through this place again, because I do want to try and go through the what's-a-mahoozy. Because there was a... Hang on. Through the lights real quick. Granted, everyone is being revived, so this might be a little bit tricky to do. You will eat your kidnapper's eyes. That is fucking morbid, to say the least. Alrighty, so... Yeah, there was this here. What does this lead to? Oh, goddamn, this is really far down. Oh! Who the fuck is that?
Well, that will help.
Interesting. Hey, there's a manor door there! Alright, looks like we're getting into a fight with you. Alright, so they're not weak to dark. They are now defenseless. Alright, let's see. What are they weak to? Okay, so they're resistant to fire and frost. Ow. Okay.
Flames on me.
Time to take risks.
Okay. Wait, is there a... No, there isn't. Okay. Let's try and slow you down. There we go.
Take down their shields.
Put you on offensive.
Spill some ink.
Playing you immediately. Switches to Virtuose because they are on fire. There we go. damn it. I was...
If I die, so be it.
Oh, okay. That would have done that. Let's revive you real quick. Low physical. Thingy-madiggy increases damage. High damage in 3 hits if in Virtuoso, stays in Virtuoso. Does some pretty good damage. Alright, here we go, here we go. Yeah! Perilous parry. +1 AP on parry, but damage received is doubled. Ooh, that is a risky picto with increase in speed and what have you. You're doing the auto shell. All right, so you've got. Let's change from exposing deals 1 defense for 1 turn. Let's change from you to perilous, just so then that way we've got you available. Oh, hello.
What have we here?
Alrighty. What is in this manor? So apparently there's like puzzles. Like you have to open things. Okay.
Oh.
Hey, a new outfit. Okay. Okay. Was this her room or something? Okay, so this is one of the... Hang on. So... Anything for us to open puzzle-wise? Doesn't look... Nah. So doors are still, like, locked. I have to get into them from the, from, like, another door in the manor. I can't get to them via inside the manor. I have to get to some of the rooms from outside the manor. Okay. It works. I guess it works. Have you, like, figured out the manor, Jack? There we go. And then this should take us back out into the what's music. After winning 4 battles with a Picto, its passive effect can be equipped on all characters. Yep, cool. So it's the passive effects that get applied. Alrighty. So then we go up here. And we just need to run past all those dudes. Were you expecting me to be able to do that fight in one go, Jack? Oh, hang on. What's in... Oh, wait. We already went that direction. So now we go this way. Up here.
Flurry is over there. Ooh. But I sense something scary.
It's a very far distance. Also, am I supposed to be... I wonder what's in the other direction. Let me just keep playing as you, because... yeah, there's lanterns this way. Ooh, okay. How goes the most grandiose adventure? Oh, in the JeRPG, Tabitha? It goes fairly well. Thank you for asking. Alright, so then it sends me here. Leading to the flooded buildings. Is this the right direction? Yeah, okay. I don't... because the thing is I want to do a little bit of exploring. Like... granted, we've been... for the last, like, 3 hours, we've been on basically the same map. And I want to... and I am in a very exploratory mood. And then there's this... so is this leading to Flory? Because... oh no, there's a light there. That doesn't look like a rock. That looks like another lamp. Oh. Okay, we might have... this might be the end of the level. Oh. Well, this isn't the stuff of nightmares, is it? No, it's definitely the stuff of nightmares. And we gotta be... so there's purple lights? What the fuck is this thing supposed to be?
Alright, let's get rid of him. The rock should be nearby.
Alright, so we weren't meant to be... so this was like the main direction. Oh, hi there, Jack. Alrighty. So... oh. Oh, okay, so lanterns might do something. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining things. That was a very powerful attack.
Here's your card.
Not giving up.
Brace yourselves.
Oh, that was lucky. I did that based off of instinct.
Brace yourselves. Take your shot. Take your shot.
Although this is not going as well as I hoped. But it looks like lightning might be the strong thing against it? Maybe.
I'll do it. I'm ready. I'll do it. The elements dance.
Making it harder for the character to aim. Understandable.
Thunder.
No, it doesn't look like lightning does a lot. But counters do pretty good in...
Ready to evade.
counters will do a good job. Alright, let's revive. Let's see.
Like a phoenix.
'Cause she's got something that can break them, and it should do a decent amount of damage. Oh, it 999. Oh.
Easier than expected.
Hey, don't jinx us. No need to invite misfortune.
I don't see any stones.
It's kind of funny that I'm able to
What's happening?
add the Oh, never mind.
Misfortune.
Yeah. Ugh.
Take your shot.
Damn it.
Now's our chance.
2, 3, 4. Yay! The lamp trial meant something. Let's do mayhem.
I'll do it.
Damn it. And it's making me dizzy when I do that. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it does no effect. Okay, never mind. Mayhem again. Oh, okay. And now I can't use special abilities, I imagine, because of... Prevents the character from using skills. Yep, so... Oh. And I don't have enough, I'm probably gonna die from this. Yep.
That's bad for you.
Fuck it. Let's send in Gustav. See how this goes. Ah! I couldn't... I heard the noise prompts, which is... There we go. And he's got... Alright. Items. Revival. Oh, he can't revive anyone because he's the only one in his party. Fuck's sake. This isn't gonna go well. One, 2, 3, 4. There we are. There we... Oh, okay, so it gives me my... So it gives me an additional AP. So it gives me an additional AP when I use all... When I do all 4, so it gives me back 5. Let's do self heal. There we go. Gives me some health back. Damn it! I wasn't able to dodge any of that.
Dodging or you parry?
Parry, and then I tried dodging on one of them. There we go. Go. Yeah, and I don't have what I need for the lantern attack, so another thing. Yes! Did it! At death's door deals
Congratulations!
Deals 50% more damage if health is below 10%. Jesus. I felt so proud that I got, like, 9,999 damage with What's-a-Mahusi. But oh my god, is this tiring.
Really dead.
This is,
Looks like it.
This is not the longest fight I've been in.
Oh, look, we found, Flory. It's a rock shaped like a boat.
Flory. All right. Ready to sail like a snail. Just jump, mes amis. It's not that high.
Snails don't sail.
Across the sea. You don't happen to have some wine stashed away, do you?
Wine?
Hey, you can do this.
I hate water.
Oh. Look at them being so fucking extra as they, like, do the little spin and drop.
She doesn't seem that far now.
Look, I didn't beat him with only Gustav. I had, like, the other three girls help me in the first half. They all died in the second half, and Gustav was able to get the lead, so...
Okay.
The boss likes to lampshade players. Yeah.
Awful.
Am I supposed to be able to see something in that darkness, or... was it just making the dun-dun as a... oh, okay.
Ooh, what about that one?
There he is again.
Does it really matter?
Okay, so he's right there.
Well, you know, like I always say, it's not about the rock. It's more about...
Ooh. That's not good. I don't want him out of my party.
Run.
Wait, what the fuck happened? Who the fuck is that old man? They better not kill Gustav.
Please run.
Fuck's sake, they're gonna kill him, aren't they? I'm not gonna have him for, like, the rest of the game or some bullshit. I don't get to have the simplest character in my party?
He's simple?
To me, he is! Doing skills charges up the arm. You got two skills that are you got a skill that uses all the charges in his arm. Simple enough.
Oh god.
He was the simplest so far. I am not in a condition to fight the white-haired man. Are you fucking serious right now? I'm nearly dead.
Kick his ass out of their way. Kick his ass out of their way.
Let's give this a try.
We've done nothing to you. We should be on the same side.
Why didn't he attack?
I mean,
Okay, that's doing nothing to him.
Let her go.
He isn't missing an arm, but he kind of looks like Gustav in a way. Unless, am I, like, reading... Wait, hang on a sec. So if... Yeah, it's his left arm. It's his left arm that's, the robot arm. But yeah, looking at this, like...
Something's going on up there. Esque, get us up there!
I can't.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Fuck, fuck, fuck!
Come on. Alright, let's give this a try. Or at least I got him fully charged for this moment. Did that do it? What? Okay, so it pushed him back with the arm? Oh, but it's broken. So he overcharged that shit. Oh, come on. And that did nothing to him? Oh, shit.
For those who come after. Right?
No. You promised!
Well. Oh, that was way too fast. How the fuck did he move like that?
No.
You won't yet understand. But this is a kindness, not a cruelty.
Okay, so she just got split in two.
You let her come. You know she's too weak for this. How could you let her take such a risk?
You only care when things are right in front of you. My sweet child, you were supposed to stay home. I told you not to worry. But since you're here now, just
What are you saying? You must go home, now. This does not involve you.
When this is over, we'll go home together.
No!
This won't make sense to you now. But we both want what's best for our families. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle, but I did try to warn you.
Oh, who the fuck is that?
It's been a while. Stay out of this. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back now and interfere.
You've lived more than a lifetime. It's time to let her go.
A lifetime. A lifetime with my family torn apart. No. I want my family back.
I'm pretty sure that's Gustav's sword.
Your family.
And
but she is.
he sound like that's Ben Starr's VA, I'm pretty sure.
You would use her.
She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two.
What the What is going on?
Hey. You alright? It's okay. I'll handle things here. Get back to your friends. Go.
So that's it. You've set us down this path. But are you ready for the consequences?
She'll never paint again.
I'm just what the fuck am I watching right now? The fuck's up with the moon?
last time we sat together like this.
In Lumiere, mourning our parents.
Seems like every time we're together, it's to grieve. I wish we could have spent more time in less hopeless contexts.
The plan doesn't change. We aim for the monolith. We keep heading north. With SKA's help, we can make it. But we lost the Lumina converter, so...
It's okay, we can think about that later.
All the backups were destroyed by that man, but Expedition 32 will bring more. Their chances will be better. We need to prepare them. I should update our journals.
Hey. It's okay. Tomorrow will still come.
And that's the curator again.
Ciel!
This seemed important.
The Lumina converter.
If you want to reach the monolith, the best path is through the quarry up north.
Who are you?
And where did you get that expedition uniform?
Strange way to say thank you. Sorry I couldn't save your friend. I'm wearing an expedition uniform because I, too, am an expeditioner.
What? What do you mean you're an...
I've never seen you before.
First expedition. Expedition 0.
Expedition 0?
Oh.
How are you alive and not...
Old? I don't know exactly, but some of us stopped aging and were not affected by the gamage.
Some of you? Like the man on the cliff?
Anwar, our commander.
Why? Why did he massacre our team?
How could he turn on his own people?
He believes his immortality is a gift from the painters. Killing her would kill him too, and he enjoys living forever.
That's a bit...
And you don't?
Burying everyone you know what you live on can weigh you down a bit. I couldn't help your friend, but perhaps I can help you.
You want to join us?
If you don't mind the company, yes.
So, if I want to kill Renoir, I have to kill the paintress first. What's your name?
Versa.
Is that an important name?
Mon ami! Oh, you've put on a lot of weight.
Hey.
I could say the same for you, you giant marshmallow. Bet you lost your stones again.
Oh, you know me. But now you're here. We can go find them.
Yeah, buddy. We'll find them. Tell me, did you tell them about... you know what?
Oh, Maman's the word. I promised.
Great. I'm counting on you.
Always, mon ami.
Not right now. Alright, so that's the chef guy. That's for throwing the rocks. Okay, so he does the same thing as everyone else.
Expedition Zero left 67 years ago, which would make you...
About 100. Yeah.
Tell me about the fracture.
The fuck is the fracture?
I'm not gonna get much sleep tonight, am I?
Nope.
Expedition...
About 100.
Tell me about the...
Oh, okay, so she's not gonna get any more information from him. Damn. Oh, here's our guy. Upgrade expedition resources. Okay, so we can upgrade the tints. So that way we got a revival tint. And then Verso has quite a number of... Oh, damn it, that wasn't meant to happen. So Verso just uses the same gear as like all of my stuff. Base attack gives 4 perfection. The fuck is perfection? So we got the polished chromia there. All of these are polished chromias that can get it up to level 9. And then we got the Absum here. This requires 3 to get it up to 9. Won't spend any yet. Well, it looks like...
I could say the same for you. Yeah, buddy. Great.
Always.
Yeah, let's spend time with Esquire.
Esquire. Mon ami.
Yep.
Esquier, mon ami.
Esquier.
I feel like I haven't seen you in years.
3 years, 67 days, and roughly 10 hours.
No, well, someone's been
10 hours
counting.
and 7 minutes.
Oh, you've been counting too.
Roughly. Did Francois finally move out and get his own cave?
Francois would miss me too much. He hates napping alone.
If you're here, then isn't he napping alone?
Oh, he must miss me so much right now. Poor Franfran.
I'm sure he'll survive.
Yes, yes, yes.
So how did these expeditioners convince you to leave your cave?
They're all so nice. Well, the super nice one died, but the others are cool too. You can make some friends too. It's been a long time since you made new human friends.
You know what I think about friendships with expeditioners.
Losing a rock is better than never having a rock.
Good advice. Top tip, people. Don't be afraid of rejection or loss or anything like that. You need friendships. You need connections.
How I know?
Debatable.
I hope we won't lose them. Like the others.
So, you lost your stones again. How did you lose them this time?
Yeah. I lost them on our trip back from the Chestrel River, right after you left.
I've brought your stones back 10 times now. Are you losing them on purpose?
I lose them so we can go on more adventures.
That's a good reason. To adventure, then.
Oh, hey! Relationship levels are a thing. And I guess it's with,
adventure.
Verso is our adventure fella. The forgotten battlefield to resume going to the monolith. Okay. But there's some levels I can apply to Verso, isn't there? Oh, there's levels I can apply to you as well, so. Let's get your might increased, just so then that way that stays to pace. Oh my god. How stupid would it be if I just applied 66 points to Vitality and that's it?
Why just Vitality? You might want to check other weapons.
Alright, let me do the simple thing. Just 9s across the board for now. I've got retints, so... Or I've got recodes, so... Worst case scenario, it does, you know, get applied differently. So 15 to Vitality... 15 to luck. 15 to might. And... yeah, modular increase to speed will be good. And you get 6 points, so... there we go. Okay, so you have entirely different skills to our fella. Deal low something or rather. Increase health to 100%. So you got weird things. Oh, okay, so B, C, D, C, B, S deals extreme light damage to all enemies, 5. Okay, and then we got Quick Strike, which deals low strike, which... so, gives perfection. Deal low physical single target damage and gives 1 to 3 AP back. Deals single target... you can hold on to, like, 6 things, so... deal physical damage, deal... so I've got a B, B, C, C, B... let me get a D, just in case. So, it gives more perfection. I don't know what his mechanic is, so I won't use too much of him.
Well, I mean, at least learn how to play as him.
Yeah, exactly. So... I've only done, like, a little bit, just so then that way there's, like, 6 skills for me to go through with him. So, I'll probably get a tutorial on how to fight in the next thing.
The next morning.
The very next day. I wonder if he's met the Paintress.
I'm really sorry it didn't arrive sooner. He was your brother?
Hi there, Izzy. We're in the second act now. So, Gustav is dead.
Losing family is difficult.
I know.
I know what you're going to say.
So,
You want to offer your condolences. You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it. I've had enough condolences. I've lost so many families now. I just need... Can you please go?
oh, that's the journal. Hands doing some real funkin' nonsense. Creator can use comic credits. Okay. Yep. Don't forget to visit him another time.
Every time I look at the curator, I'm like, wood.
Head for the
That's some weird ace attraction. Alright, so we need to head north. And we're just on a random fucking beach. Hang on, what's...
Time for a swim.
Hello, who are you? Vintage and a double... Ooh, okay. Ta-da! Sorry, there's like a... There's some place I want to check out real quick, I'm so sorry. Because I thought we were going to... So yeah, because I did a double back. What in the world? Why is there a... Why is there a tea set here?
You had the same reaction as I did when I saw that. I was like,
it was like,
why is this?
Like, why is this here? This is way too, like, proper. And what's more is, like, there's two cups here, but only one chair. Yeah, I just, you know, it boggled me for a minute, I'm sorry. But yeah, also, gosh darn this. Oh my god, why is it... There we go. And then...
Interesting.
Okay, so that's Gustav's theme, which means... Wait, where's Gustav? Isn't his body meant to, like, you know, turn into a fucking, like, stone or something like that? It's not here. Like, at some point they're supposed to turn to stone, aren't they? Questions about the game will be explained by playing the game, I suppose. Alright, give me a minute. Jump over to there. So yeah, I know we just started, like, we just got into Act 2, and the first thing I'm doing is, oh, let's head back to an area of Act 1. Because, yeah, I was meant to, like, explore this. Plus, this will hopefully give me an introduction into how to play as Verso without, you know, too much pressure. Alright, let's see. Does it give me a tutorial? No, it does not. Oh, wait, here it is. He gains perfection every time he deals damage or manages to parry or dodge. A higher perception rank increases his damage. Some skills have additional effects at specific perfection ranks. Taking any damage removes one perfection rank once per enemy turn. Okay. Oh, he did a bit then. So you're not doing the Virtuoso stance. That's fine.
Careful, Verso.
There we go. Good counter, good counter. There we go. Don't know why that was trickier to do. Nice counter there. Weak to ice, good to know.
Flames. On me.
Let's carve a path.
Alrighty, so if he's at C rank right now. Restores health and dispels, giving 0 to 2 perfection. At D rank, I could do a quick strike. It looks like quick recovery has a bonus at. Oh, marking shot. Low physical damage and applies mark. And at C rank does increase damage.
Target marked.
Nice. Okay, so... that one's... it's gonna be interesting, because I'm gonna have to pick my, I'm gonna have to pick my skills carefully with him, so then that way... you know, I have stuff that I can open with at lower ranks, like the Ds and Cs, but then also have opportunities to go at higher ranks, such as the As and possibly Ss.
Yeah, it goes up to S.
Yeah, I saw one of the things you could unlock does do an S, so...
I like that when my friend first saw Verso and saw the system that he had, her first thought was, I'm sorry, is this DMC?
It does have a DMC feel to it because of the whole, like, starting from D and working your way up, but I feel like any game with, like, melee has done the Devil May Cry thing. Like, technically speaking, there is a way, like, Doom, I'm pretty sure, had, like, a mode where it had, like, these ranking systems. So yeah, so we can do Quick Strike, which gives us Perfection. Goes to you. There we go. Jumping pretty high. Alright, you, I'm gonna give the defenseless to. Giving you the offensive. Alright, you, I'm gonna... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know what I'm doing. Ish. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't dodge. I didn't, like, parry any of those correctly. Damn it! Now I've lost the girl that was gonna, you know, take all that armor shit.
Just try it.
Oh, boy.
You were shooting at the doors?
There we go. Give me a sec. Alright, items. Revival tint.
Wow, thanks.
Aw, oh, damn it, she doesn't get... healing tint to... yeah, to you.
Not impressed.
Ready to evade.
Bring it on.
Damn it.
Watch out.
Alright, well, she's got, like, plenty of what's-a-mahoozy.
Not looking good.
Ding dong. Yeah!
Time to hit big.
And gets the instantaneous what's-a-mahoozies. And with the offensive, using this to turn herself into defensive mode. That way there's less likely of an opportunity for her to die. Alright, low, triggering additional damage, 1 hit.
Oh, you have been shooting at the orbs. Okay.
Yeah, no, I did that on purpose to give the thing shields, but I forgot the other guy would get shields, and so he wouldn't get damaged, is the problem. So yeah, I fucked up on that one.
Feel the burn.
Yeah.
Cut him down.
Oh crap, I think I heard my brother come home.
So There we go. So now, ding, and then can't use any of the B ranks. So I'll just. There we go.
Time to hit big.
Ding, dong, bam.
Take down their shields.
Did it! Even with my fuck up earlier, I still.
Nice.
Alright, so we got a recoat. That helps it shoot it back down, but there's more to explore. Yoink. There we go.
Okay, I gotta get out
What
of
have
here.
we here?
Because it's time for dinner.
Dinner time. Hopefully you have a wonderful dinner. I should probably, because in the next 15 minutes as well, I'm probably gonna have to hop offline and have a look at and see who is, you know, a good raid target and what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another revival tin thing. So,
I will talk to you some other day.
thank you for keeping me company. I greatly appreciate it.
Even though I didn't really say much today, I think.
Nah, it's fine. Your presence is appreciated. Okay.
Did you pick up a weapon here, by the way? I remember one of these buildings having a weapon somewhere. It's like it's got a really distinct humming noise.
Well, still exploring, so I'll let you know.
Oh, you might find it. I believe in you.
Yeah.
Anyway, yep, I gotta go.
Alrighty then, laters.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. That was Jack the Crow. Bless him. Alright, let me just use this, so then that way our What's-a-Mahoozy is fully healed. Alright. Uh-huh.
I'm ready.
Low hit, providing low. There we go, applies defenseless. That applies burn for 3 turns. Let's do slow. There we go. Oh, there's all those other people. God damn it. There we go. So that puts him up to B next. Alright. Now he's up to A. Alrighty. Let's just get you hit. Burn to you. Alright, so you're at A rank, and I don't have anything to apply A rank stuff to you. So yeah, I definitely need a medium light, dispel self, low physical, generates 1 additional perfection.
Here we go.
Alright, shielding the allies. Not great.
Careful, Verso.
There we go. Forms the counter, keeping him at A. There we go. You got your appetite back? You're doing pretty good today, all things considered. Nice! I'm glad to hear that your appetite has gone back. You go, girl! Let's see. So we do... we do earth. So we do fire. Alright, let's do the immolation to you.
Feel the burn.
On guard.
Alright. Low physical, if defenseless, play a second turn. Nice.
Take down the shields.
Go. And then 3 moves if burning.
Ready to strike.
Alright, we need 5 moves, so
Here we go.
okay, he's on S. Fuck it. Well, he got hit, so
Please survive.
go.
Hurry it. Hurry it.
Let the ink flow.
Alrighty, consuming fire increases damage. Let's go this one.
Elements converge.
The dance begins.
Chuoso, turning into if defenseless. Switches if target is burning. Has a chance to attack. Yeah.
This and precision.
There we go. Gets rid of you. 5 physical hits, and on Bs increases damage.
Here we go. Oh well.
There we go. Getting him up to S again, and I have no benefit on him being on S, but it is what it is. Elemental. Oh, actually, I can have her on Mayhem instead. Doing. Yeah. There we go. Get rid of you. And then you can do this. All that. And then Assault 0.
Here we go.
Yes! Alright. I know what I need to do with Verso. I need to have some... I need to have less C grade, and I need to have some B and A's. Maybe even S rank. Alright. So, building here. Let's see, is there anything of... So... Oh, hello. Oh. There we go.
Interesting.
Corillum. Alright. So... Corillum does frost damage. Ice skills cost 1 less AP is pretty good. Yeah, and I don't have ice on her. So you're using Verlesso. But I could have you use all these guys. If you were leveled up. Let's see, so you're a 365. Don't lose rank when taking damage from powerless enemies. Start rank on rank B, but 50% health. Casting a light skill increases damage of next physical cast by 50% and vice versa. Rank can't be lower than C. Can't lose perfection. No damage increase from rank. Oh, so if we increase in damage, then... Okay, I think I know it. I think I understand the benefit of being up in S rank is that you get to increase the damage you do. So... And then this takes you down to the lower levels, quote-unquote. Yep. Bringing you back... Okay, so this loops you back around to here. So... Yep. And then... Alright, so on... Whatsamahoozies, so that's a C. So we got B's over here. So this is an A. Increasing damage they deal. And duration is increased by 5 turns. This is another C. So that's a C. This is an S and can do breaks, which would be helpful. So we could probably go ding, dong, bam. This is a B, then that goes down to C, and then these go to A's. This is an S, where instead of it costing 5, it costs 2. Increases rank to A and refills all AP, but sets elf health to 1 is... That's kind of fucked! What the fuck do you mean? So sets it to A, and I don't really have a health thingy-madiggy... Oh, this one. Applying powerful, maybe. But removes all status effects from all allies and applies them to Verso, gaining 1 rank. And then I haven't unlocked any of those skills yet. Rank S on Brink. So, and then when it breaks, it does... Yeah, and it only costs 2 less AP. But is there anything... So, S here is the Steel Strike. Deals extreme single target physical damage. 13 hits. Interrupted if any damage is taken. Okay, so 2, 6. We won't be able to get down to there. So the quickest S is over in Phantom Stars over here, going 2, 4, and then 8. So 2, 4 makes 6, and then 8. Yep, so that makes us be able to go down to there. So this gives us an A rank. Then that gives us another C. And that gives us an S. Alright, so now... So, hang on. Let me just... So, So, we'll make Quick Strike, so that will sit in the D. And then we need a C. Reduces current rank. Oh! So that might actually be a... So leadership will be good. From fire is a B rank. Uses weapons element, heals cell if the target... So from fire can be... There. Powerful applies on the A rank. And then Phantom Stars is on the S. So, alright, so we've got... So that C rank can help us go up and down for, you know, quick whatsamahoozies. So we got an S, we got 2 Bs, we've got 3 Bs, a C, and an A. No, hang on, that doesn't sound... There we go. All right, so now we've got a D rank to open up with, and if we do that right, that gets us into the C rank, which we can use leadership on, or most likely because of getting to C rank and doing the parries and what have you, it gets us into Bs, which allows us to use from fire or purification. Deal single target medium light damage doing 2 hits. Yeah, so that might be good there. And then you've got 3 points that we can apply. Let's see if we can get your agility up. If we need to recoat you, I'll do that, like, you know, much further into the game, so then that way, after doing research or something or rather. Dun, dun, dun. No benefit to hitting that. Okay. But yeah, Gustav is missing from here. Oh, okay, there's the thingamadiggy there. So now we can... Now we can get out of this. And now we can go across the sea. Dodging is easier than parrying. If you struggle to parry, try to... Nah, always going to be trying parrying. Dodging is for wimps. So yeah, so we picked up the thingamajiggies from that. And then this gives us an opportunity to swim. So we can go to places like this. Ding dong. Then that's if you wanted to. There was like... And that was to get us to Yellow Harvest, which I believe is an optional area and isn't an actual importance. Trumpet Collins raiding? Welcome, raiders! Welcome, welcome! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer who goes and like streams games in their backlog and what have you. How was Wakfu, Trumpet Collins? I am currently into the second act. Okay, so that's for the white tree, whatever the fuck that is. I am currently in the second act of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. When healing an ally, also heals self for 50% of the value. Ooh, that's a good picto if I have a support class. Let me just... Hang on a sec. I need to quickly alt-tab. Let me just snooze the advertisement that was going to go off for the review for the people that just raided. How was Wakfu? If you need to, like, raid and dash, I totally understand. No. Oh, he can't go underwater. Oh, okay, so that's what that number indicator means. Oh my goodness. Like, look how much exploring you can do now that you can, like, swim around. There is so much of this place. Oh, this is gonna take some of our time, isn't it? Well, I know I got things I'm gonna be doing off stream, that's for sure. But Wakfu was good. He was pretty much only grinding professions all stream. Okay, so what is Wakfu? Because it sounds like, you know, I don't know, it just sounds like Sifu, kind of like, you know, martial arts stuff. I don't know about grinding professions. Also, look at this giant marshmallow just swimming. The only reason he would swim is because we found his rock, by the by. So, and then there's a full-on map here. And we're trying to... Alright, so... It's absolute nutty. There is so much to explore. Oh, hello. Another door? What the... It does have internet... it's a French MMORPG based off of the animated series. You're gonna need to send me a link in my Discord on, like, maybe a trailer to Wakfu or something like that. Okay, so now we're in the manor. We're in a new area of the manor. Oh, so obviously there's going to be, like, platforming. Yep, there's platforming. There we go. A shape of energy can upgrade the energy tint. Cool. But I guess the question is how does this place connect up to the rest of the manor? Because... yeah. So... there isn't a... Wait, is there another door in here, or is there only the one door? Ah, okay, there we go. So now there's... okay. Nah. Okay, so that was a corner. Lucky us, I suppose. Watch it in French, though, with subs. Understood. Your stream froze a little. What did you want me to send you? check out my Discord and send me, like, in the TVs and clips, or in, like, the videos and clips or what have you, a trailer or something like that to Wakfu, like, the anime. So yeah, because this might not be the first time you mentioned Wakfu, and I'm just, like, very out of it.
For a swim.
So yeah, my goodness, there's so much to this place. Absolute fucking crazy. Oh, hey, look, another, what's-mahoozy. Hello there. A skirt, and... Yep, fuck it. Let's get some outfits. Ta-da! So, giant ship here. A lot of ships failing.
Let us get wet.
And then... What the fuck is... Okay, so if it's a red portal, it means that it's dangerous and I shouldn't go into it.
Let us get wet.
And there's no way through all this coral. There's some giant fucking serpent there. And then... Oh, another gestural beach. Okay. These gestural beaches are a little bit fun, let me tell you. By the way, Season 1 and most of 2 was made in Adobe Flash back in the day. Oh my goodness. I'm not expecting a lot from Wakfu. Alright, where is the start of the beach? Rafting Volley Club. You'll go on the rafts behind me and play volleyball with one of my creations. Alright, let's try the volleyball game. The weakest. Let's start with the weakest first. Alright, so use it to throw back. Okay. Oh, 3. There we go. Oh, okay, so 1, 2. And then 3. 4. Nah. Okay, so you have to, like, move around and... Alright, let's try that again. The first beach I went to had parkouring. And... Yeah, sorry there's so many ads. Like, they have to happen. Alright. Okay, so too soon. Nope, too late. There we go. There we go. Alright, welcome back. So yeah, the first gestural beach I went to had a little bit of, like, parkour platforms that you had to, like, you know, navigate and not fall into the water. This one had me, Oh, damn it, not the weakest one. What you were saying in comment about Wakfu made in Adobe Flash. Oh, I was not expecting high hopes with it, sorry. So, let me just get a feel for the... Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. No, 3, 2, 1. Nope, 3, 2, 1. Too slow. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, the timing is going to be a bit difficult to do. But I kind of understand. Oh, okay, so he has like a lot more health than I do. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, and it hits you for like a lot, I see. And I can't hit too soon, otherwise it's, you know... Alright, that's definitely gonna be a after, that's gonna be an off-stream fucking venture, let me tell you. Because I'm not gonna be able to accomplish that very easily with, like... I can't get timings down when I'm on stream. I feel on pressure. And plus I need to, you know, keep an eye on chat and what have you whenever I can. It's much better than you think. Send me the trailer in my Discord then. Exclamation point Discord should tell you what it is. Or, you know, how to get into my Discord and what have you. Alrighty. You are in the Discord? Excellent! One less step to worry about. Healing an ally also applies Rush for 1 turn. That will be useful. And then, no benefit to this.
Let us get wet.
Everyone okay?
That's the swimmer.
Alrighty, and then it takes you to a forgotten battlefield. You already sent it and tagged? Thank you there, Trumpet Collins. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna switch over into standing mode for this cutscene real quick, just so that way I'm not sitting on my ass all night. But after this, I will most likely need to end the stream, I'm sorry, because it is past 10 o'clock. Ooh, this is a... Oh, there's... Yep, he just fucked off, I suppose. I forgot I left Loon in the bikini. I need to swap her into a little more appropriate attire going forward.
If we hurry, we can cross before nightfall.
Wait. Could we bury Gustav?
Where the fuck is he, though?
I wish we could, but protocol is to keep moving. Gustav would understand.
We can look for a suitable place along the way, yeah? We'll find a nice spot.
Actually, there is a place. Past the quarry, out of sight of the painters. A tranquil haven, protected by magnificent trees. I think you'll approve.
Lead the way.
But you have to go. Started my new job today, so I gotta sleep ready for the second day. Understandable, Trumpet Collins. Best of luck to you for your second day of work. Oh, boy.
Let me show you something.
Oh, this is to show how to play as Whatsamahoozies. Some can cast gradient attacks. Gradient attacks are powerful and can only be defended with a gradient counter.
Brace yourselves.
To perform a gradient counter. Oh. Weird. Okay. I don't like the addition.
Brace yourselves. A storm is coming.
I don't like the idea of this gradient counter, I'm gonna be real with you.
Flames on me.
I'll manage. I would have lived.
Careful, Verso.
Okay, the gradient counter might be a little bit broad. It's not as bad as, like, the normal parry. Alright, Loon's up to date. Alright. And we
Any other
continue.
tricks we should know?
One thing at a time.
Alrighty, I need to find a flag. Holy shit, I need to go and piss. Do I piss though? Like just right now and then call it a stream here before I've even gotten to like whatever the quote unquote end is? Cause Lord knows I am just like running through this unless this is a very short and sweet progression. Could be a short and sweet progression. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Thank goodness. We found a flag. Oh, goodness, thank God. Awesome. Okay.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
I will self-care in a minute. That is going to be it for us tonight. I am gonna have to call it here. So, Clair Obscur, we're gonna pick up again next week. So, because I am loving this game. We just got into Act 2. It should be an absolutely fantastic romp. This JeRPG is doing phenomenally well. I know I'm not emoting a lot in like some of the more like calmer, like you know, sadder scenes, but it's gripping me, all right? It's gripping me. I love it. Now, before you all disappear, we're gonna go on a little raid. Now, let's see who here is. Who are they recommending? Similar or smaller sizes? Alright, so there's someone named the Owlcast, but they've been streaming for quite a while. Ooh, Dwagonite is, streaming right now. They've been at it for about 3 hours. Alright, let's go on a little raid into Dwagonite. We're gonna make it a really short and sweet himbo raid, because I can't think of anything right now, because I'm gonna need a piss, and then I'm gonna need to come back. So, next time, I will be streaming tomorrow evening. We're gonna be going through Doom the Dark Ages, so hopefully you'll enjoy that experience, but if you're not able to attend that, then we have Saturday evening, but otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you'll join in with me on the raid message as we go into Dwagonite. Otherwise, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now. I would wave, but I need to go and piss. Bye for now.